إعلان مهم.
重要提示
Important announcement.
Message important.
Важное объявление.
Anuncio importante.
يرجى من المتحدثين الكرام إلقاء بياناتهم بسرعة معقولة لضمان ترجمة فورية وافية وعالية الجودة.
为了帮助口译准确、完整传递发言信息，请代表发言时语速不要过快。
Speakers are kindly reminded to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace to ensure complete and quality interpretation.
Il est rappelé aux orateurs qu'ils doivent présenter leur déclaration à un rythme raisonnable afin de garantir une interprétation complète et de qualité.
Напоминаем ораторам, что для обеспечения полного и качественного устного перевода необходимо поступать в умеренном темпе.
Se ruega a los oradores que pronuncien sus declaraciones a un ritmo razonable para garantizar una interpretación íntegra y de calidad.
Excellences, distingués collègues,
Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I call to order the 27th meeting of the 59th session of the Human Rights Council. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, once again, I now wish the Council to address Agenda Item 7, titled Human Rights Situation in the Palestine and Other Occupied Arab Territories. We will now start the interactive dialogue with a special rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Palestinian territories occupied since 1967. If time allows, we will consider extending this meeting by an hour and a half in order to allow a larger number of delegations to express their views. It's an honor now to welcome the Special Rapporteur, Francesca Albanese, and the list of speakers will be closed in 15 minutes, and I give the floor to the Special Rapporteur. Thank you, President.
I address you today with a sense of foreboding that words can hardly capture. I no longer know what more can be said. 14 months ago, I warned that this genocide marked an escalatory stage of a long-standing settler colonial project over Asia, one that has targeted the Palestinian people for over 7 decades. And now it is happening, and we must stop it. The situation in the occupied Palestinian territory is apocalyptic. In Gaza, people continue to endure suffering beyond imagination. Israel is responsible for one of the cruelest genocides in modern history. Official figures count over 200,000 killed or injured. Leading health experts estimate that true toll is far higher. As the cost to the Palestinian people grows, Israel has dismantled the last function of the UN in Gaza, humanitarian aid. Its so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is nothing else than a death trap, engineered to kill or force the flight of a starved, bombarded, emaciated population marked for elimination. Meanwhile, in the West Bank, Palestinians continue to face the largest wave of forced displacement since 1967. Nearly 1,000 have been killed, 10,000 injured, 10,000 detained, many tortured, while armed settlers rampage and 900 checkpoints and other obstacles choke daily life. As Palestinians are abandoned to their fate, I must ask you, those of you with a diplomatic presence in the occupied Palestinian territory, what do your colleagues report? What is your presence for, if not to confirm what I'm saying and act to stop it in accordance with international law? At the same time, since October 2023, the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange has soared by 213% in US dollars, amassing 225.7 billion US dollars in market gains, including 67.8 billion in the last month alone. One people enriched, one people erased. Israel has used the genocide as an opportunity to test new weapons, customized surveillance, lethal drones, radar systems, and other unmanned technology to exterminate a population without restraint. While Elbit Systems wins Israeli Ministry of Defense Award for Innovation, Lockheed Martin and a global web of 1,650 other companies benefit from Israel flying the F-35 fighter jets for the first time in beast mode, carrying 4 times the ordnance up to 22,000 pounds than when operating in stealth mode. It is its very defenselessness that has made the people and the land of Palestine an ideal laboratory for the Israeli military-industrial complex. The forever occupation has provided an optimal testing ground for arms manufacturers and big tech with little oversight and zero accountability, while investors, private and public institutions have profited handsomely. I once thought the problem was ignorance, a lack of understanding about Palestine and its history. Later, I saw the ideology at play, the deep political affinity many states and elites hold with the State of Israel. But in the face of genocide, so visible, so ostentatious, so live-streamed, these explanations fall short. My term as a special rapporteur, including the fierce opposition to my mandate, and this report in particular, reveals a darker truth. Some states support Israel to preserve their regional dominance, creating the material conditions that sustain its settler colonial project and make it succeed, in fact. And it's in this bigger scheme, a web of corporate actors are deeply enmeshed in the underlying economy, helping displaced indigenous Palestinians and replace them with Israeli settlers in what remains of their land. This report exposes the economic conditions driving and enabling Israel's machinery of displacement through destruction, segregation, and surveillance of the Palestinians, and replacement through the construction of alternative landscapes, economies, and realities for the settlers, their visitors and associates. From arms manufacturers, tech giants, banks, energy firms, online platforms, supermarkets, and universities, corporate actors have supplied the tools, financing, and infrastructure, the legitimacy for this machinery of erasure. Weapons and data systems brutalized and surveilled Palestinians. Colonies spread, financed by banks and insurers, powered by fossil fuels, and normalized by tourism platforms, supermarket chains, and academic institutions. All have helped entrench apartheid and enabled the slow, inexorable destruction of Palestinian life. Corporate entities entangled in this ecosystem have long been on notice. Their products, services, and corporate relationships directly link them to an economy of occupation that has functioned in violation of peremptory norms, the Fourth Geneva Convention and the Rome Statute. Under the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, even this minimal connection triggers a clear responsibility to use their leverage to end abuse. But in this context of Palestine, we are not talking about isolated specific incidents of wrongful conduct. The severity of the structural and sustained violations and crimes at issue has been confirmed by the International Court of Justice and has led to arrest warrants being issued by the International Criminal Court. In this context, what action could possibly be sufficient to rectify these violations and the corporate connections to them? The answer is simple. There is a prima facie responsibility on every state and corporate entity to completely abstain from or end their relationship with this economy of the occupation, especially as it has transformed into an economy of genocide. In the face of all this, too few have disengaged in the last 21 months. Armed companies have turned near record profits by equipping Israel with cutting-edge weaponry to unleash 85,000 tons of explosives, 6 times the power of Hiroshima, on Gaza. Tech companies provide dual-use infrastructure that is utilized as a weapon of mass targeting and killing. The machinery of the global construction equipment giants is raising Gaza to the ground, preventing the return and reconstruction of Palestinian life. Global energy conglomerates have fueled these assaults with coal, oil, gas, while the same infrastructure has been deprived to the Palestinians. No water, no electricity, creating the conditions of life calculated to destroy. While major global banks have underwritten and purchased Israeli treasury bonds, bankrolling the devastation at a time of gaping military budget deficits and plummeting credit rating. The 40 entities named in my report, alongside their parent subsidiary licensees and franchisees, are just the tip of the iceberg, illustrative of this system that entangles many, many more. What I exposed is not a list, it is a system, and it is to be addressed. Now, my expectation is that the OHCHR database, the Working Group on Business and Human Rights, and lawyers, investigative journalists, and prosecutors globally will take this framework and secure that what states have failed to achieve, accountability. And we must reverse the tide. As I conclude, let me say, member states must impose a full arms embargo on Israel, suspend all trade agreements and investment relations, and enforce accountability, ensuring that corporate entities face legal consequences for their involvement in serious violations of international law. And corporate entities must urgently cease all business activities and terminate relationships directly linked, contributing to, and causing human rights violations and international crimes against the Palestinian people. At this existential moment for the Palestinian people, trade unions, lawyers, civil society groups, and ordinary citizens should encourage such behavioral change from the side of corporate entities and governments by pressing for boycotts, divestment, sanctions, and accountability. What comes next depends on all of us, and I truly believe that together we can make it. It's not a question of if, it's just a question of when. Thank you.
No. Merci.
Thank you. Pursuant to our procedure, we will begin by hearing from the countries concerned. I can see that the delegation of Israel is not in the room. I would now like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of the State of Palestine. You have 5 minutes.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to express our thanks and appreciation to Ms. Albanese for preparing this report in spite of difficulties and constant threats. Lastly, from the U.S. mission in New York, accusing her of anti-Semitism. The same happened with former SRs, the ICJ, the ICC, the UN, the EU, and several U.S. universities. In fact, anti-Semites are those who support the genocidal government. Mr. President, this report comes to complement the report of last year on genocide. The report provides a comprehensive analysis of how an economy of occupation became an economy of genocide, backed by a series of transnational corporations, from the industry of weapons to AI and digital surveillance. The report accurately describes this system as a colonial racial capitalism. The report also refers to the fact that impunity and lack of accountability is what allowed this regime to continue its brutality. The report does not only provide evidence, but calls on radically rethinking the relationship between international law, world economy, and criminal liability. It holds states accountable and legally responsible of non-compliance. In the past 20 months, over 200,000 Palestinians were killed or wounded. Some 1,000 families were totally exterminated. 1.9 billion people were forcibly displaced, in addition to destruction of infrastructure. In spite of the calls to allow humanitarian access through recognized UN mechanisms, especially UNRWA, the occupying force still refuses access and insists on using starvation as a weapon against civilians. This means we must take practical steps to allow for aid access and not through the Israeli-US trap that is called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and that has killed 600 of those awaiting aid and wounded over 4,000 just last month in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. The occupying power continues a parallel campaign that is just as destructive. It aims at the very existence of Palestinians in all its forms. The cities and camps face daily incursions, constant attacks on the infrastructure, on civilian life. We also see an escalation of the crimes of settlers under the protection of the army. This includes arson, beating, collective expulsions, confiscation of land. Only yesterday, 140 homes were destroyed in Tulkarem by the occupation forces, in addition to what we see in Jerusalem, and a threat to annex the West Bank only yesterday, in spite of the decisions of this council, the GA and the Security Council, in spite of the advisory, of the provisional measures called for by the ICJ, the occupying power continues its genocide. Therefore, the countries of the world are called upon to shoulder their legal, moral, and humanitarian responsibility. They must abide by Article 146 of the Fourth Geneva Convention to stop the transfer of weapons, not to cooperate with settlements, and it is time to take the necessary actions. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne à présent.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Independent Human Rights Commission of the State of Palestine for a video statement.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Council, we express our deep appreciation for the honest and principled report presented by Ms. Francesca Albanese. Her findings expose the catastrophic reality endured by the Palestinian people, particularly in Gaza, where atrocities unfold daily. Yet there is a darker, often overlooked dimension to this tragedy, the complicity of private corporations in fueling and profiting from the suffering. We are not speaking of fringe actors. These are major corporations, technology giants, and arms manufacturers, supplying tools, intelligence, and weapons that turn Gaza into both a battlefield and a business venture. When a family is killed by a drone strike in their home, or when a medic is tracked using spyware and then targeted, behind that attack may lie a corporate logo, a line of code, a signed contract in a distant capital. International investigations have documented how these companies provide surveillance systems to identify civilian targets, deploy spyware to track journalists, medics, and activists, manufacture drones used in assassinations and bombings of populated areas, supply equipment that destroy hospitals, water systems, schools, and shelters. Under international law, such acts may constitute aiding and abetting international crimes, including genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, and may trigger criminal or civil liability. Mr. President, we must confront the moral question: has killing become a modality? Can profit justify starvation, destruction, and mass death? We therefore urge this council to recognize these companies as actors in the conflict, include them in the UN's business and human rights database, and ensure accountability through domestic courts under universal jurisdiction. Justice is not a slogan, it is a duty. Those who sell the tools of extermination must no longer hide behind boardrooms. Silence is not neutrality, silence is complicity. And the people of Gaza can be no more silent partners in their destruction. Thank you.
Merci. La liste.
Thank you. The list of speakers is now closed. I would like to invite interested delegations to ask questions or to comment on the report. And I would remind you that speaking time is limited to 1 minute 30 seconds for each speaker. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. President. The EU takes note of the Special Rapporteur's report. The EU will continue cooperating with the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights to promote the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles. The EU will continue supporting the adoption of national action plans and developing an EU framework for implementation. The EU is committed to fully comply with international law and to implement EU legislation. The EU expresses its commitment to ensure that in line with international law, all agreements between Israel and the EU must indicate their inapplicability to the territory occupied by Israel in 1967. This does not constitute a boycott of Israel, which the EU strongly opposes. There must be accountability for violations of international law. The EU calls for an immediate ceasefire and the release of hostages, leading to a permanent end to hostilities. Concerning the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, there is an urgent need for the immediate removal of all restrictions to humanitarian assistance in accordance with IHL. The EU strongly condemns the further escalation in the West Bank and recalls its statement at the ID with the COI. The EU reiterates the need to cooperate with relevant HRC mechanisms and to fully respect their mandates. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan on behalf of the OIC.
Thank you, Mr. President. The OIC welcomes the distinguished Special Rapporteur and thanks her for presenting the mandate's latest report. We reaffirm our abiding support for the mandate. We have witnessed attempts to launch relentless defamatory attacks and smear campaigns against successive mandate holders, including Mr. John Dugard, Mr. Richard Falk, Mr. Richard Link, and now Mr. Michael Link, and now against Ms. Francesca Albanese. We take strong exception to the ongoing targeted disinformation being spread against Ms. Albanese by certain quarters and reject the baseless allegations against the mandate holder, who is being targeted for daring to discharge a vital mandate with courage and determination, as ever the UN human rights mechanisms and high officials. Such malicious and personally disparaging attacks must not be allowed to continue. Madam Special Rapporteur, we welcome your reports on the crime of genocide committed by Israel, the occupying power in the Gaza Strip. We call on all countries and international organizations to take measures, including an immediate ban on the export or transfer of arms, ammunition, or dual-use materials to the occupying power, in addition to sanctions. Furthermore, we call on the international community to ban the products of the illegal Israeli settlements from entering their markets and to take measures against individuals and entities involved in or benefiting from the perpetuation of occupation and settlement regime. The two-state solution is the only viable solution to reach peace and stability in the region. Over the past 77 years, generations of diplomats have contributed to strengthening human rights.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ghana on behalf of the Africa Group.
Mr. President, the African Group thanks the Special Rapporteur for her report, highlighting the involvement of business enterprises in international crimes linked to Israel's unlawful occupation of the occupied Palestinian territory. We express deep concern over the ongoing violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law against the Palestinian people, including the military operations in Gaza, the deliberate targeting of civilians and humanitarian workers, destruction of infrastructure, systematic obstruction of aid, and the illegal prolonged blockade on Gaza. We denounce Israel's colonial policies and the collective punitive measures against civilians in Gaza and attempts to forcibly displace its residents. We call on Israel to comply fully with the ICJ's provisional measures and reiterate our support for relevant UN General Assembly resolutions and the AU's consistent call for a permanent ceasefire. The African Group stresses the need to address root causes of the conflict, including ending the illegal occupation, lifting the blockade, halting settlement activity, and releasing arbitrarily detained Palestinians both in Gaza and the West Bank. And finally, Mr. President, the African Group firmly rejects all attacks and attempts to silence the Special Rapporteur. Her mandate must be protected to uphold truth, accountability, and justice for the Palestinian people. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole à...
Thank you. I give the floor to the delegation of Bahrain for a video statement on behalf of the Arab Group.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the Special Rapporteur for the very important report that shows a complicated system of complicity. The report sheds light on the role of multinational corporations in order to enhance a colonial system that is based on denying the very existence of the Palestinian people. The Arab Group expresses its grave concern on the export of surveillance technology that is being tested on Palestinians as revealed in the report. What is happening in the OPT, especially in Gaza, is no longer just an occupation. It is a system that aims at destroying all bases of life. It makes return and reconstruction almost impossible. We condemn the unjustified attacks on the SR, and we fully support her mandate. We call on the full respect of the provisional measures of the ICJ and to stop any political or material support that allows the perpetration of crimes against the Palestinians. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne...
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kuwait on behalf of the GCC.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. تتقدم دول.
Thank you, Mr. President. The GCC states would like to thank the Special Rapporteur and we appreciate her efforts as part of her mandate. We are concerned about the content of the report with regard to violations against the Palestinian people, and we reiterate the need to respect international law and the IHL. President, the GCC states reiterates their principal position regarding the Palestinian question and the need to end the Israeli occupation of Palestinian Arab territories that are occupied and enable the Palestinian people to exercise their right to self-determination in establishing its independent state on the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital in accordance with the Arab Peace Initiative and other international resolutions. We are concerned about what the Palestinian people are enduring in Gaza Strip as well as the West Bank in terms of violations of international law, international humanitarian law, and we condemn the Israeli aggression and the collective punishment policy, forced displacement, attempts to alter the demographic nature of the Palestinian territory, including in East Jerusalem. The GCC states reiterates its invitation to international community to shoulder its responsibility to end these violations and to provide international protection for the Palestinian people and to ensure and hinder the humanitarian delivery. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la...
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uganda on behalf of the Non-Aligned Movement.
Mr. President, the NAM appreciates the Special Rapporteur for her work and welcome with concern the report highlighting the plight of Palestinian people, including the corporate complicit in violations of international law. The NAM condemns in the strongest terms the acts of aggression and collective punishment by Israel, the occupying power, against the Palestinian people in grave breach of international law and the continued killing and injury of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians, including children and women. We note with alarm the report's conclusion that the economy of the occupation has evolved into an economy of genocide, with corporations knowingly contributing to the destruction of vital infrastructure, resulting in grave violations of international law. NAM also demands an end to the illegal occupation and siege and calls for the entry of humanitarian aid at scale. We also demand the immediate end to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which has facilitated a restricted aid regime and contributed to the deliberate killing of hundreds of Palestinians to date. In conclusion, Mr. President, the NAM extends its full support to the government of Palestine and the Special Rapporteur and her mandate in the ongoing efforts to put an end to the occupation of the land of the State of Palestine. A full text will be posted on the extranet. I thank you.
Merci, Madame. Je donne l'ordre.
Thank you, Madam. I now give the floor to the Sovereign Order of Malta.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. The Sovereign Order of Malta takes note of the Special Rapporteur's report and agrees for the need of accountability by businesses engaging in violations in the OPTs. We continue to deplore the grave violations of human rights and international law in the OPTs, especially concerning the rights to freedom of religion or belief, freedom of worship, access to healthcare and education, and of course, the deliberate attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructures. The economic situation in the OPTs is indeed catastrophic, mainly due to the ongoing war in Gaza. Furthermore, in the West Bank, destructions, expropriations, forced displacement, settler violence, restriction of movement, and other measures have greatly impacted the local population. In Bethlehem, for instance, the end of the tourism business has led to the loss of income and livelihoods of many who are now unable to buy basic necessities and therefore like food and medicine. The recovery, not only economically, will be long and painful. The Order of Malta reiterates its call for an unconditional, immediate ceasefire, the dignified release of hostages, and full humanitarian access, respecting its core principles. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole à la
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Maldives commends the Special Rapporteur for her report, which focused on the role of corporate entities in sustaining Israel's illegal occupation. We are deeply alarmed by the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, marked by extermination, forced starvation, and the deliberate targeting of civilians, including women, children, journalists, and aid workers. Famine conditions have persisted since March 2025, alongside widespread destruction of critical infrastructure. These acts are flagrant violation of international law and a serious threat to the international rules-based order. Mr. President, the Maldives also calls on the international community and all states to act with urgency and resolve, impose an arms embargo, terminate all military and economic cooperation that sustains the occupation, and ensure accountability through robust international mechanisms. The world cannot stand while Israel continues its atrocities and international law is systematically undermined. Further delay is indefensible. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la
Thank you. I now call the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Mr. President. We reaffirm our full support for the mandate of a Special Rapporteur and express our solidarity in the face of all unjustified attacks and pressures. We commend the President's reports for exposing the political economy behind Israel's genocidal occupation. It shows how corporations, investors, and institutions are complicit in this crime through financial and technological support, including AI systems that enable genocide to be committed with zero accountability. In line with international law, we stress the urgent responsibility of states and corporate actors to conduct due diligence, and we call for immediate economic sanctions against Israeli regime to end corporate profiteering from genocide. Israeli regime suspended its full-scale genocidal campaign for only 2 weeks, exactly when it came under decisive strikes by the armed forces of Islamic Republic of Iran. This undeniable fact proves once more that this regime understands no language but the language of force, not the language of law, nor the voice of civilized nations. The Iranian nation and its glorious history have always defeated the forces of evil and aggressors throughout time. Once again, we have pushed back this inhuman force that came with all its might. We stand unshaken and never surrender. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I'd like to remind delegations when referring to the authorities of a state, you're requested to use the language and terminology adopted in United Nations practice. Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Indonesia.
Mr. President, Indonesia strongly condemns Israel's relentless massacre of the Palestinian people, systematic destruction of civilian infrastructure, and deliberate starvation in Gaza. The total siege of Gaza, obstruction of humanitarian assistance, and attacks on aid seekers extend far beyond tragedies. These crimes have too long persisted with impunity, enabled by the complicity of various actors, including corporate entities. We commend the Special Rapporteur's critical work in unveiling the corporate networks that perpetuate Israel's genocidal acts against Palestinians. The ICJ advisory opinion has made it clear corporate entities bear a prima facie duty to fully withdraw from any dealings that sustain Israel's illegal occupation in OPT. We urge all states to uphold their human rights obligation by enforcing accountability for corporations complicit in serious international law violation in OPT. The vast business structures entangled with this colonial enterprise must be dismantled. Madam Special Rapporteur, how can states strengthen the mandatory due diligence to compel corporations operating in their jurisdiction to disengage from crimes against the Palestinian people? Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I now call the distinguished representative of Pakistan.
Mr. President, Pakistan warmly welcomes the Special Rapporteur and affirms abiding support for and solidarity with the mandate holder and deplores the personal attacks and accusations against her. Pakistan reiterates its call on the international community for an immediate end to Israel's genocidal campaign and to ensure a lasting ceasefire in Gaza. The never-ending expansion of the Israeli ground operations in Gaza and escalating assault on Palestinians in the West Bank pose grave threats to lasting peace, which hinges upon the emergence of a Palestinian state on the pre-June 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Mr. President, we appreciate the Special Rapporteur for bringing into focus the system of incentives that enables the perpetuation of illegal occupation. We also appreciate her efforts to review the legal framework for responsibility of corporate entities in illegally occupied Palestine. The illegality of benefits derived from perpetuation of occupation is well established in international law. In a world where businesses appear so sensitive to concerns such as animal cruelty and environmental harm, where is their sense of responsibility towards the besieged Palestinian people? Echoing the OIC group, generations of diplomats have contributed to strengthened international human rights legal framework. We now confront a defining moment. Whether this work still has meaning and sincerity, let us not fail our future. I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I now call the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Mr. President, we congratulate the Special Rapporteur and her team for this important and timely report. We reaffirm our enduring support for her mandate. We must confront a growing and sinister reality. The OPT has become a laboratory for surveillance technologies, autonomous weapon systems, and crowd control tactics. These systems are tested on a population living under siege and marketed as combat-proven to international clients. This is profiteering from war crimes. It implicates not only the occupying power, but also private corporations, arms manufacturers, tech firms, and logistic providers who knowingly enable these violations. The principle is clear. A genocide left unpunished is a genocide bound to be repeated. Turkey stands unwavering in its support for the Palestinian people and the enforcement of international law. We affirm the occupation must end, settlements must be dismantled, the blockade of Gaza must be lifted. All UN and ICJ decisions must be implemented in full. Those who commit or enable atrocity crimes, state or private actors, must face justice. Turkey will continue to use all its rights under international law to hold perpetrators accountable. We consider the Palestinian issue central to regional and global justice and peace. It is not a marginal conflict. It is a test case for the viability of international law. Let us conclude by reaffirming our case for a fair and lasting settlement, a two-state solution with the establishment of a sovereign, independent, contiguous state of Palestine based on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. I thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. And I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the Special Rapporteur for her report, and we value the efforts made to document the flagrant violations endured by the Palestinian people. We express our concern about the documented violations in the report against the Palestinian people, in addition to the deliberate and continued violation of international law, international humanitarian law, as well as the total disregard of the decisions of the ICJ and relevant Security Council resolutions. We condemn the manifestations of the collective punishment policy of Israel against the civilians in view of a stifling blockade for months, denial of assistance, and targeting humanitarian and relief workers in a flagrant violation of international law. We need to find a political horizon to meet the aspirations of the Palestinian people to establish their independent state, to spare the region circles or cycles of escalation. We also condemn the smear campaigns against the Special Rapporteur that undermines the credibility of the Human Rights Council. We reiterate that we cannot overlook the suffering of the Palestinian people, and its endeavor for justice is a moral imperative that is unavoidable. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. And I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Jordan.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Mr. President, our Council today looks into a report that reflects truth and documents what's happening in the OPT. Violations against the Palestinian people are multifold. They are not perpetrated only by the brutal military machinery. It is not only policies of extremists. It also includes business, trade, and industry, as is documented in the report under review. We meet again, Mr. President, to shoulder our legal and organizational responsibility. We can only stand with our conscience, with our common values. We must take steps to prevent violations taking place and provide guarantees to this people to work on achieving a just and comprehensive peace that ends occupation and establishes an independent Palestinian state within the lines of the 4th of June 1967. The Palestinian people, like all other people, has a right to protection, to justice, to freedom, and to self-determination. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. And now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السيد الرئيس نثمن جهود السيدة فرانشيسكا ألبانيزي.
Thank you, President. We appreciate the efforts of Ms. Albanese and we thank her for her support. We condemn the fact that the Israeli authorities refused access to her to the occupied Palestinian territory, and we condemn the fact that she has been the subject of attacks and pressure during the exercise of her mandate. We condemn the settlement activities of the Israeli authorities, which have undermined the two-state solution. The attacks against Gaza is a genocidal war, which led to forced displacements, the destruction of infrastructure. Israel is flagrantly violating international resolutions and law, and it is violating the Security Council resolutions from 2016 and the ICJ advisory opinion, which stipulates that the settlements since 1967, including East Jerusalem, are completely illegitimate and a flagrant violation of international law, and that all states must not recognize the existence of Israeli authority over the OPT. We call upon Israeli authorities to assume their responsibility to bring an end to the war in Gaza, the genocide, and to bring aid to the Palestinian people, and to guarantee that they enjoy their rights. Thank you. Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Mr. President, the UAE reiterates its principled position calling for an immediate cessation of the Israeli war against Gaza, protection of civilians, and ensure delivery of humanitarian, unhindered humanitarian assistance. Diplomacy is the only way to move ahead in the region, and sustainable political solutions pave the way for security, stability, and perennial peace. International law should not be implemented selectively, and its respect should be comprehensive and on an equal footing to preserve justice and safeguard human rights for all. We condemn the collective punishment of Israel against the Palestinian people, the brotherly Palestinian people, repeated violations by Israeli extremists, and incitement to hatred and violence is a systematic campaign that does not only target the Palestinian people, but the international community. Therefore, the UAE reiterates the need to respect international law and the IHL, and to end all violations against civilians and infrastructure in Gaza and the West Bank, and to stop the attacks of settlers and their incitement against Palestinians. In closing, as long as the Palestinian people are denied their right to the independent state, the conflict will continue to rise in the region, and the tension and violence will continue unless the root causes are addressed through comprehensive settlement, a two-state solution, and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital that brings peace and security for all. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I now call the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sri Lanka expresses its grave concern at the unprecedented escalation of violence and the relentless attacks on civilians in Gaza, leading to an immense loss of life and further aggravating and exacerbating an already dire humanitarian situation. Concrete steps are needed to de-escalate the situation, engage in diplomatic efforts, and sustain peace to ensure stability in the region. The suffering of the people of Gaza and the West Bank, especially women, children, and the most vulnerable, has intensified due to the lack of access to humanitarian assistance. They continue to face severe shortages of critical supplies and services, including food and water. The lack of genuine dialogue and political commitment to a two-state solution based on the 1967 borders has hampered efforts to bring closure to the suffering of the people in Palestine. Sri Lanka reiterates the call for an immediate, unconditional and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, the unconditional release of hostages and detainees on both sides, and uninterrupted access to humanitarian assistance. We also reiterate our support for the work of UNRWA and reaffirm the vital work that it carries out. It is absolutely necessary that UNRWA and the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs are able to continue their mandated and essential humanitarian work in the occupied Palestinian territories. Finally, Sri Lanka reiterates the right of Palestinian people to statehood and calls for Palestine's full membership in the UN as endorsed by the UN General Assembly. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Algeria.
Mr. President, we thank the Special Rapporteur for her report that highlights the complicity of corporates that exercise activities in the occupied Palestinian territory, and also the genocide war against the Palestinian people. We also reiterate our full support to her mandate. The activities of these corporates or corporations is a failure of international law because it supports the settler existence of the Israelis and denies the Palestinian self-determination. We support the call for immediate ending of the Israeli occupation, remedy and compensation in accordance with the advisory opinion of the ICJ, and to also activate tools of accountability against the Israeli occupier and other corporates. Algeria calls for international solidarity with the right of the Palestinian people to statehood with East Jerusalem as its capital. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole au distingué.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tunisia.
شكرا سيد رئيس. يتقدم وفد.
Thank you, President. My delegation wishes to thank the Special Rapporteur for her report. We appreciate greatly all of her efforts to expose the reality and the flagrant violations that the Palestinian people are suffering from. Tunisia reiterates its support for her mandate faced with a campaign against her by the occupying power. This report exposes the scale of the pernicious corruption, the international network with multinationals, tech companies, financial and military companies involved in supporting the colonial occupation. to create a genocidal economy which acts against the Palestinian people, an economy that kills women and children, destroys infrastructure, and undermines the existence of Palestine. We condemn the aggression of the occupying power against the Palestinian people in Gaza. This is a genocide in the true sense of the term. Tunisia rejects the double standards which are seen given this situation, and we call upon the international community to not support in financial or technological terms the occupying power for crimes to be committed against the Palestinian people. There needs to be a full, complete embargo, a blockade against the occupying power. We must not deal with them, must not trade with them. Otherwise, we're supporting the occupation.
Thank you, Mr. President. We take note of the report and thank the Special Rapporteur. We condemn the continued aggression of Israel against the Palestinian people, as well as the flagrant violations of international law and IHL. And the consequent killing of innocent civilians and destruction of property and infrastructure. The kingdom reiterates its rejection of all the practices that displace the Palestinians or touch on their legitimate rights. And the international community should shoulder its responsibility to end this aggression and to provide protection for civilians and to ensure humanitarian delivery without obstacles. We reiterate the right of the Palestinian people to statehood on the borders of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital in accordance with the Arab Peace Initiative and relevant international resolutions. The Kingdom calls on all parties to sincerely work to revitalize the peace course and achieve the two-state solution to anchor peace and stability and to enable the Palestinians to exercise their legitimate rights. Thank you, President.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I now call the distinguished representative of Oman.
Mr. President, the Sultanate of Oman expresses its appreciation to Ms. Albanese. We thank her for the detailed report that sheds light on legal and humanitarian dimensions represented by the participation of economic actors in perpetuating Israeli occupation. The report spoke of corporations providing services or infrastructure that are used in illegal colonial projects. We believe that dealing with this situation needs an effective commitment by states and stakeholders to make sure there's no complicity of the private sector that run counter to international law. We must enhance the mechanisms of accountability, including all parties that participate in systematic violations of human rights. We reaffirm our firm position that supports international efforts to end occupation and allow the Palestinian people to exercise their legitimate rights, foremost amongst which the right to self-determination. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I now call the distinguished representative of Lebanon.
Lebanon thanks the Special Rapporteur for her report and strongly support her mandate. We find merit in the report's approach, as it is important to remind corporate and private sectors about their responsibilities regarding human rights. The competition for profit should not make businesses turn a blind eye to the illicit settlements and the atrocities and war crimes committed in Gaza and occupied Palestinian territories. As the war on Gaza is not letting up, entailing continuous killing of innocent civilians, massive destructions and forced displacement, we are left with the impression that occupation and denial of Palestinians' basic rights, notably the right to self-determination, have reached horrifying levels. The international community couldn't remain ineffective as the occupying power has lost all forms of restraint, hence erasing any hope for a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. The international community is urgently asked for a more forceful approach towards the occupying power, and the business sector should act responsibly in this regard. Genocidal actions should draw universal condemnation and trigger tangible actions to end crimes and impunity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I now call the distinguished representative of Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. President. We associate ourselves with the statements of the groups that we belong to, and we also appreciate the efforts of the Special Rapporteur in her report. In view of the escalation of the policies of the occupying power and the expansion of illegal settlements on the occupied Palestinian territory, the state of Kuwait condemns the violations committed by the occupying power against a number of villages and cities in the West Bank, latest of which was the terrorist attack against the village of Kafr Malik east of Ramallah, and that led to the fall of a number of martyrs and wounded, and also the collective punishment policy, forced displacement, attempts to alter the demographic nature of the Palestinian territory. We reiterate the fact that settlement is a flagrant violation of international law and relevant United Nations resolutions. We call on the international community to shoulder its responsibilities, especially the Security Council, while continuing to providing support to help the Palestinian people, including to achieve self-determination and freedom in the independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the borders of the 4th of June 1967, in accordance with international resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I now call the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brazil thanks the Special Rapporteur for the report, which puts into perspective the role and responsibility of business enterprises regarding human rights violation, the OPT. It shows how exploitation and colonization of the OPT by Israel are connected to the activities conducted by business enterprises, which severely affect social, economic, and cultural rights of the Palestinian people and the right to development. The current situation in the OPT reflects actions that undermine prospects for a political solution to the conflict. In Gaza, the indiscriminate destruction, restrictions on humanitarian aid, and threats of occupation are deeply concerning and incompatible with international law, particularly international human rights and international humanitarian law. In the West Bank, the announcement of new Israeli settlements is in complete disregard to the 2024 ICJ advisory opinion. The escalating violence perpetrated by the Israeli army and the settlers further undermines the viability of a two-state solution and contributes to serious and systematic human rights violations against the Palestinian population. Once again, Brazil recalls that attacks against civilians and obstruction of access to humanitarian aid constitute violations of international law and war crimes. All parties to the conflict must respect international human rights and humanitarian law. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne...
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Senegal. President Senegal aligns itself with the statements made by the groups it belongs to and thanks the Special Rapporteur for the presentation of her well-documented report on the unfortunate events in Gaza and the West Bank. Despite repeated appeals for de-escalation and a ceasefire, a campaign of forced displacement is ongoing in a sustained manner, causing massive destruction in Gaza, and humanitarian reports are quite horrifying. Urgency calls us to intensify our diplomatic efforts to see a peaceful settlement of this conflict, and the report highlights rather worrying collusion between the political and financial authorities to keep dominance in the occupied territories. And here we need to underline the need to respect international law and international human rights and international humanitarian law, and to apply the provisional measures decided upon by the ICJ on the 26th of January 2024 and the advisory opinion of July 2024. We should not resign ourselves to the multilateralism crisis. We must, on the contrary, renew our consensus in favor of an international system based on rules and justice, giving a privileged place to dialogue and mutually beneficial cooperation. Senegal reasserts its unwavering support for the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and to the two-state solution in line with the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. Thank you. Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the League of Arab States.
Monsieur le Président,
humanitarian aid. Regarding alternatives that can be explored, I really commend the government of the State of Colombia and the State of South Africa for convening the Hague Group. This is the most relevant diplomatic and political development I've registered in the past 20 months. It doesn't make sense to resort to political discussion about a peace process that has not translated even in the recognition of the state of Palestine among some of you. So the emergency now, as these two states are proposing, and I hope that many of you will join, is to end the emergency in Gaza. Coverage is not just ineffective, it's meaningless. And this, at this point, the responsibility of those who continue to engage in businesses with the State of Israel become one of termination and disengagement and reparation. Continued corporate involvement legitimizes and normalizes a system found by the International Court of Justice to be unlawful, to be dismantled totally and unconditionally, and with the plausibility of genocide confirmed by the provisional measures and International Court of Justice and other crimes confirmed by the ICC arrest warrants. There is no alternative to this. Corporations who stay involved with intent, knowledge and purpose must be held accountable. I want to conclude with one remark. As with reckonings that followed corporate complicity in apartheid South Africa and Nazi Germany, the apocalyptic situation in Palestine poses a defining test. Can global markets exist without enabling and profiting from injustice and impunity? Palestine today is a revealer, a mirror held up to the world's moral and political failure, and ending the genocide and ensuring this is the last crime the apartheid Israel commits against the Palestinians is a moral and legal obligation, and this requires not just outrage condemnation, but rupture, reckoning, and the courage to dismantle what has enabled it. Thank you.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of this interactive dialogue. I wish to thank Ms. Francesca Albanese for her participation. So we have concluded our examination of item 7 of the agenda. We'll have a brief break before we start our interactive dialogue with the Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of racism. Thank you.
Colegas,
Distinguished colleagues, let's resume our meeting. Your Excellencies, I now declare that we can move on to agenda item 9, titled Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia and Related Forms of Intolerance, follow-up and implementation of the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action. We can now begin the interactive dialogue with the Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related forms of intolerance. I'm very pleased indeed to welcome the mandate holder, the Rapporteur, Ms. Ashwini. The list of speakers will close in 15 minutes. I now give the floor to Ms. Ashwini so that she can introduce her report. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, it is an honor to again present before the Human Rights Council. I would like to express my gratitude to all the UN member states, civil society organizations, UN entities, and other stakeholders who have extended their cooperation to my mandate over the last one year. Since I last presented to this council, I undertook an official country visit to Brazil in August 2024 and presented reports to the 79th session of the General Assembly on special measures and combating glorification of Nazism. Today, I have the privilege of presenting 3 reports on my official country visit to Brazil, intersectionality from a racial justice perspective, and combating the glorification of Nazism. I'll start by discussing my official visit to Brazil. I undertook my visit between the 5th and 14th of August 2024. Visiting the capital Brasilia, Salvador, São Luís, São Paulo, Florianopolis, and Rio de Janeiro. I would like to sincerely thank the government for their cooperation in all aspects. And I would also like to thank my gratitude to all the civil society organizations who supported my visit, and heartfelt gratitude to individuals who shared their lived experiences. I commend the government for recognizing that racism is a systemic phenomenon and for institutionalizing efforts to prevent and address racial discrimination. As outlined in my report, I identified several promising steps towards addressing racism and racial discrimination. These include, for example, the institution additional resources to anti-racial discrimination efforts, I urge the full and effective implementation of my recommendations as well as the recommendations made by other racial justice and human rights mechanisms, including the Committee on Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the Human Rights Committee and the expert mechanism to advance racial justice and equality in law enforcement. And lastly, I would like to thank the government of Brazil for their open and productive engagement with my mandate. I now wish to turn to my report on intersectionality from a racial justice perspective. As outlined in my report to the Human Rights Council at its 53rd session, the adoption of an intersectional approach to identifying and addressing contemporary forms of racism, racial discrimination is a central part of my vision for my tenure as a special rapporteur. And my thematic report reflects this strategic focus. As a woman shaped by intersecting social realities, I speak today on intersectionality, an academic framework noted in the lived experiences of Black feminists in the United States that now resonates globally, from women of African descent to Dalits, indigenous communities, Roma, Arab, Muslim, Palestinian, and other marginalized women, including the LGBTQI. My report outlines that the concept of intersectionality emerged from the work of Black feminists in the United States of America. It emerged as a powerful critique of the mainstream feminist approach that negated the element of race in analyzing discrimination and exclusion. Feminist and critical race scholar Kimberly Crenshaw first articulated the term intersectionality to describe the mutually compounding impact of race and gender-based discrimination on Black women. My report also provides analysis of how intersectionality as a concept and framework has further been adopted and applied by feminists and scholars from various marginalized groups to understand and analyze the intricacies of discrimination and exclusion. For example, scholars from Dalit, indigenous, and Muslim communities have further contributed to the development of the intersectional concept in the Global South context. I recognize that there is a degree of heterogeneity about how intersectionality is understood and applied, but offer some analysis on the definition of concept and framework. My report includes overview of international human rights law framework with a particular focus on the obligation of states to prevent and address multiple and intersectional discrimination. It also includes some analysis of manifestations of intersectional discrimination in different countries and regions, drawing on the submissions that I received in response to my public call for information. My report argues that recognizing the manifestations of systemic racism and intersectional discrimination affecting racialized groups as exemplified in the previous subsection, that an intersectional approach be taken to effectively address such phenomena through effective human rights-based laws, policies, and programs. I provide analysis on some of the key elements of an intersectional approach, including systemic, racial, and historical analysis, centering the diverse and fluid lived experience of those who have faced systemic racism and intersectional discrimination through full and effective representation and participation. Intersectional special measures, disaggregated and intersectional data, the recognition of multiple and intersectional discrimination within national legal framework, and intersectional remedies. My report very strongly notes that women of African descent, caste-oppressed communities, Roma, Arab, Muslim, Palestinian women, and several other racially and ethnically marginalized communities are disproportionately affected due to their identities, which further exacerbate due to the lack of policies with intersectional approach. My report concludes that intersectionality is a powerful concept and framework for addressing systemic racism and intersecting forms of discrimination, oppression, marginalization, and related human rights violations. It is an important approach to disrupt and dismantle systemic racism and intersectional discrimination. The international human rights law framework includes obligations for states to prevent, address, and remedy systemic racism and intersectional discrimination. Despite such obligations, manifestations of intersectional discrimination affecting racialized groups persist across countries and regions. To address systemic racism and intersectional discrimination, urgent and bold action should be taken by states to implement an intersectional approach, inclusive of all key elements outlined in my report. Moreover, states, particularly those who have benefited the most from colonialism and enslavement, must invest in comprehensive and structural reparatory justice approaches that account for historical wrongs and the persistent structure of racial inequality, discrimination, and subordination. I provide a series of recommendations to states and other stakeholders on the implementation of intersectional approach. Finally, I wish to highlight my report on combating the glorification of Nazism, neo-Nazism, and related ideologies submitted pursuant to General Assembly Resolution 79/160. I thank all member states who made submissions for their contribution to this report. I would also like to express my gratitude for the submissions provided to my mandate by the civil society actors. My report notes with concern the continued prominence of racist, nationalist, and far-right political parties and organizations operating throughout various national contexts. In response to such trends, my report highlights relevant provisions within international human rights law, including Article 2, Clause 1, and Article 4 of the International Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination, as well as the provisions in other treaties, including the prohibition to incitement of racial hatred contained within the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. My report recommends that member states take a number of measures to address the concerning prominence of different manifestations of hatred. The measures recommended include improving relevant national legal frameworks, adopting national action plans, strengthening and expanding efforts to employ education and public awareness campaigns to combat racist stereotypes and promote diversity, increasing disaggregated data collection, augmenting efforts to implementation of relevant international legal provisions, including the International Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination and the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. My report also makes some targeted recommendations to other stakeholders, calling on them to continue and strengthen their work, facilitating collaboration between stakeholders, collecting disaggregated data, providing support to victims and survivors of hate speech and hate crimes, and promoting public awareness of multiculturalism and tolerance. Lastly, I would like to thank you all for your attention, and I look forward to a constructive, interactive dialogue with you. Thank you again.
Agradecemos a la...
Our thanks to the Special Rapporteur, and pursuant to our practice, we will begin by listening to the delegations of the countries concerned. I therefore give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil. Ambassador, you have 5 minutes.
Vice President. Madam Special Rapporteur, we appreciate the report on your visit to my country last year. Our government reiterates its firm commitment to combat all forms of racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, as well as to promote racial equality. The implementation of the National Policy for the Promotion of Racial Equality aims to reduce historical inequalities and promote the inclusion of racial minorities in all spheres of society. The Brazilian government recognizes that structural and institutional racism directly impacts vulnerable and marginalized groups. Convinced that sustainable development must include the elimination of all forms of inequality, Brazil launched last year an additional sustainable development goal, the voluntary SDG 18, aimed at achieving ethnic and racial equality in our country. The Juventude Negra Viva program aims to reduce the vulnerabilities faced by Black youth in Brazil and to combat the lethal violence rooted in structural racism. Strategic partnerships have been established to address factors contributing to racial vulnerability, including areas such as drug policy. Pilot initiatives, such as a program for mothers and family members of victims of state violence, have been launched in the states of Rio de Janeiro and Bahia. Progress has also been made in enhancing oversight of police forces, including through the regulation of the use of force and the implementation of body cameras. Access to justice is a key component in advancing racial justice through preventive measures, reparations, and reforms to the justice system, including support programs for families of victims of state violence. They are part of a comprehensive approach to ensuring access to justice and upholding the rights to memory, truth, justice, and reparation for victims. In the area of affirmative action, the new quota law broadened access to higher and technical education in federal institutions and expanded the range of beneficiaries to better include groups such as the Quilombola communities. The National Policy Plan for Roma people was launched last year, seeking to guarantee the right to basic infrastructure and dignified housing, the promotion of educational inclusion, and the dissemination of knowledge about Roma history and culture. In December 2024, the Salles Pimenta Technical Working Group produced a consolidated proposal for a national protection plan and a draft bill on a national policy for human rights defenders, communicators, and environmentalists, focused on 3 pillars: state protection, popular protection, and access to rights and combating impunity. Since 2023, the Brazilian government has completed 13 homologations of indigenous lands and issued 11 declarations of land boundaries. The government opposes the so-called Marco Temporal doctrine, which is currently under judicial review for its constitutionality. In 2023, the titling of Quilombola lands was resumed. The Aquilomba Brazil program has adopted intersectoral measures to safeguard the rights of Quilombola communities and supports their territorial and environmental management practices. In 2022, our national census identified the Quilombola population as an ethnic group for the very first time. Finally, the Brazil Without Misogyny initiative and the National Pact for the Prevention of Femicides, which includes targeted actions for rural women, indigenous women, and those living in high-risk areas, are examples of efforts to address gender-based violence. These measures are part of the broader national policy for combating violence against women. The Brazilian government recognizes the significant challenges that persist in our country. The outlined policies represent meaningful progress in advancing racial equality and social justice and combating racial discrimination. They reflect a renewed commitment to dismantling structural racism and promoting inclusive development. While much remains to be done, these efforts signal a clear and ongoing dedication to building a more just and equitable society. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, embajador.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. The list of speakers is now closed. I'd like to invite interested delegations to ask questions or comment on the report May I remind you that the speaking time, as ever, is 1 minute and 30 seconds. I would now like to give the floor to Jamaica on behalf of CARICOM. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I deliver this statement on behalf of the CARICOM Group in Geneva. CARICOM notes the report of the Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance contained in A/HRC/59/62, with a particular focus on an intersectional approach to discrimination, which demands the identification and disruption of the power structures and privilege, which is often a result of colonialism and enslavement. We thank the Special Rapporteur for highlighting the importance of reparatory justice in addressing systemic racism and intersectional discrimination. CARICOM heads of government continue to amplify the calls for urgent collective action to secure reparatory justice for countries, communities, and our children to whom we wish to bequeath developed nations where the color of our skin is of no more significance than the color of our eyes. As stated in the report, states, particularly those who benefited the most from colonialism and enslavement, must invest in comprehensive and structural reparatory justice approaches that account for historical wrongs. In this regard, we reiterate that the second International Decade for People of African Descent must be appropriately financed, bring about real and transformative change for people of African descent across all three thematic pillars of recognition, justice, and development. Reparations is recognition, reparations is justice, reparations is development. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Sweden on behalf of a group of countries.
Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Nordic Baltic countries. The Nordic Baltic states are alarmed by the rise in hate crime around the world. However, we believe that the term combating Nazism should not be politicized by states as a pretext for ulterior motives. We strongly believe such misuse undermines the genuine fight against this heinous ideology, and we reject any use of false narratives in this regard. On the second issue, racism and intersectionality, we agree that discrimination is not a single-axis experience. Often, multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination interact, resulting in distinct, unique, and compounding experiences of discrimination. Intersectionality is a useful framework for understanding and exposing such multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination. However, it is crucial that this framework is applied in a way that safeguards and enhances and does not diminish existing human rights norms. Individual human rights, non-discrimination, equal treatment under the law, and freedom of expression were all developed as antidotes to oppression. Respect for these norms remain essential if we are to truly address historical and contemporary inequities and exploitations. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the European Union. You have the floor.
Madam Vice President, the EU thanks the Special Rapporteur for her reports. We are deeply worried about the reported increase in racially motivated hate crimes. The EU combats racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance through a robust legal and policy framework. Central to this is the EU Anti-Racism Action Plan, which aims to build a union of equality by addressing structural racism and promoting inclusive societies. An intersectional approach is key to understand and respond to the multiple and complex forms of racism. That's why the EU Anti-Racism Action Plan explicitly pursues an intersectional approach that pays attention to the combination of different grounds of discrimination to deepen the understanding of structural racism and to ensure that responses are more effective. It supports member states in developing national anti-racism action plans, encourages systematic collection of equality data, and supports civil society initiatives. The European Commission has committed to a new, strengthened anti-racism strategy beyond 2025 to ensure sustained progress. Madam Special Rapporteur, could you share some examples of best practices to integrate an intersectional approach in the combat against racism? Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Pakistan on behalf of the OIC. You have the floor.
Madam Vice President, the OIC appreciates the SR's work for highlighting the ongoing and evolving manifestations of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. We express our deep concern over this persistence in various parts of the world, where ethnic and religious minorities continue to face systemic and institutionalized forms of discrimination. While we would have appreciated a greater focus on Islamophobia as a contemporary form of racism and the alarming rise in anti-Muslim hatred in various parts of the world, the report's findings on the use of religion as a compounding factor of discrimination are particularly troubling. We remind all states of their duties under the international law, including resolutions of this Council, to combat all forms of religious intolerance, including Islamophobia. The increasing complexity of these shared challenges requires careful and deft handling. We also reiterate our call for the implementation of DDPA and finalization of complementary standards to the ICERT. We also echo the SR's assertions that Palestinian women and girls are at heightened risk of grave human rights violations and increased economic and social marginalization. This persistently takes place in the context of prolonged foreign occupation, marginalization, exclusion, and policies of collective punishment. The horrific situation in OPT demonstrates the intersecting impact of religious, racial, and ethnic factors in reinforcing the entrenched patterns of discrimination. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Ghana on behalf of the Africa Group.
Madam Vice President, the Africa Group reiterates its view that racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance occur on the grounds of race, color, descent, or national ethnic origin, and that victims can suffer multiple or aggravated forms of discrimination based on other related grounds such as sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, social origin, property, birth, or other status. For this reason, the 60th anniversary of ICERT should be a reminder to the international community for all to renew commitment and demonstrate the much-needed political will to deal with the scourge of racism. The Africa Group supports the following recommendations to step up effort to effectively implement laws and policies addressing discrimination, and to encourage the United Nations human rights mechanisms, OHCHR, and other United Nations entities to provide technical assistance and other relevant forms of support to states to develop, implement, monitor, and evaluate multiple approaches to systemic racism and racial discrimination, and take all steps possible within resource constraints to address barriers experienced by persons and groups affected by systemic racism and intersectional discrimination, particularly those from the Global South. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the delegation of Bahrain on behalf of the Arab Group. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Arab Group. The Arab Group has taken note of the report of the Special Rapporteur, and we express our appreciation for the efforts made to highlight modern or contemporary forms of racism and xenophobia. We reiterate the need to enhance this comprehensive approach that addresses all forms of discrimination and supports vulnerable groups. The group reiterates its position that rejects all forms of racism, racial discrimination, and commitment to international law and the Charter. The group also expresses its concern about manifestations of racial discrimination and exacerbation of which in all world areas. We condemn the flagrant violations against the Palestinian people by the Israeli occupation, including apartheid and the obliteration of national identity. Vice President, the group reiterates the need to prohibit any calls for for religious hatred, racism, or nationalism that incites violence and discrimination, and also reject using the accusation of anti-Semitism as an excuse to silence those who defend the rights of the Palestinian people. We need to address racism in all its forms. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela on behalf of a group of countries. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you, Vice President. It's an honor for Venezuela to make this statement on behalf of the Like-Minded Group. The Like-Minded Group restates its commitment to the combating all forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related forms of intolerance. We believe we must address the historical inequalities and the persistent negative effects of colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade, which continue to affect millions of people. We are concerned at the resurgence of hate speech, racial stereotyping, and systemic discrimination against Afro-descendants, Muslims, and all other marginalized communities, and foreign occupation. We view with great concern the mass deportations, pushbacks, mass deportations, and the violence which disproportionately affects people from the global south, often driven by racial stereotypes and normalized by political speech and the communication media. These are trends which deepen inequalities, but it also erode the international pillars of human rights protection. The fight against racism can't be used as a pretext to exercise undue pressure or interference. There must be political will, ethical consistency, and global commitment to justice and accountability for all if we want to do away with racism. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to Germany.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Germany aligns itself, as always, with the EU statement, and we would like to thank you, Madam Special Rapporteur, for your reports. Your focus in the report on multiple and intersectional forms of discrimination in the context of racism is a very timely one, and one that often does not receive the warranted attention. Intersectionality is more than just the sum of various forms of discrimination. This is why both Germany's National Action Plan Against Racism, published in 2017, and the LGBTIQ Action Plan adopted in 2022 dedicate specific attention to the intersection of racism and gender-based discrimination. We would also like to take this opportunity, as others have done, including the speaker from the African group, to reaffirm our strong commitment to strengthening national and global efforts against racism and racial discrimination, as well as religious intolerance and anti-Semitism in all its forms and manifestations, individually and intersectionality. This is a priority for Germany at national and international level. Madam Special Rapporteur, one question, if I may. What would be your recommendation to better include intersectionality in national and international frameworks to combat discrimination? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. You have the floor.
Madam Vice President, the DPRK delegation aligns itself with statements on behalf of group of countries which we belong. At the 107th session of the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the UN experts unanimously called upon the United States to take immediate measures for eradicating its deep-rooted racism, highlighting that the racial discrimination in the US is becoming institutional phenomenon, and the most of non-white people are victims of violence and other forms of crimes. More than 30 years have passed since the accession of the United States to the CERD, but so far no further improvement was made in ensuring the human rights of non-white people at home. So we strongly urge HRC and OCHR to carry out comprehensive and partial investigation into systematic, widespread, and gross human rights violations and atrocities against the humanity, including racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and hate crimes in the US and the Western countries, and hold all those responsible to account for human rights violations and abuses. Full version of statements would be posted on HRC extranet. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Russian Federation. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We thank the Special Rapporteur for the report. In the year we celebrate the 80th anniversary of victory over Nazism, regrettably, we see that not all states have been able to eradicate the legacy of the Nazi military past. In many countries, which portray themselves as leading democracies and human rights defenders, an anti-humanism ideology of national and racist supremacy has been raised to a state policy shored up by cartel-like legal norms and repressive mechanisms. In certain states, we are seeing a war against memorials to those who fought against Nazism and fascism in the Second World War, and we're seeing calls which are similar to National Socialist slogans. And we support the Special Rapporteur's call to states to fulfill their international obligations to combat crimes on the grounds of racial hatred and incitements to violence. And we also share her recommendation to lift reservations to Article 4 of the International Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination and call for the accountability and criminal prosecution of all such crimes. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Council of Europe.
Thank you, Madam Special Rapporteur, for your reports. The Council of Europe has long been active on preventing and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance. Data shows that there has been a reported rise in racially motivated hate crimes in Europe. In this regard, it is worth mentioning the work of standard setting through the Steering Committee on Anti-Discrimination, Diversity and Inclusion, as well as the monitoring activities of the European Commission against racism and intolerance. Some positive developments among member states in combating the glorification of Nazism, neo-Nazism, and other totalitarian regimes, as well as related crimes, are being observed in its recent reports. We are concerned about the normalization of far-right extremism within mainstream politics, combined with reduced content moderation on online platforms and algorithms that amplify harmful content. Extremist groups have a digital presence which spreads their ideologies globally, including through artificial intelligence. The Council of Europe has adopted 3 recommendations on hate speech, hate crime, and intercultural integration that provide comprehensive guidance on how to build inclusive societies. Continuous and renewed efforts must be done in order to tackle these kinds of attacks to democracy and its values in our societies. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We thank the Special Rapporteur for her report and reaffirm that international human rights law obliges states to prevent, address, and remedy systematic racism and intersectional discrimination. Azerbaijan has faced institutionalized discrimination and ethnic cleansing, resulting in the forcible displacement of civilians, the deaths of tens of thousands, nearly 4,000 missing Azerbaijanis, extensive destruction, and the erasure of cultural heritage. The restoration of Azerbaijan's territorial integrity and sovereignty has opened significant prospects for peace and stability in the region. Azerbaijan has demonstrated strong political will by initiating normalization of efforts based on mutual recognition and respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. However, lasting peace and effective post-conflict rehabilitation require the complete elimination of racism and race practices, the clarification of the fate of missing persons, prevention of further violations, and accountability for past crimes. Addressing these issues is critical for healing and reconciliation. As a nation founded on multiculturalism and peaceful coexistence, Azerbaijan remains strongly committed to combating racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance in line with its international human rights obligations. In addition, we emphasize the importance of special procedure mandate holders carefully assessing claims using objective, reliable information and excluding from their reports any submissions that are biased, false outside the scope of the report, or lack credible evidence. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. And I give the floor to the delegation of South Africa.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My delegation aligns itself with the statement delivered by Ghana on behalf of the African Group and thanks the Special Rapporteur for her report. We reiterate our view that discrimination, including structural and systemic racism, remain the root causes of poverty, marginalization, social exclusion, and inequality. Furthermore, we share the view that intersectionality can be a powerful instrument and framework for addressing systemic racism and intersecting forms of discrimination, oppression, marginalization, and related human rights violations. For this reason, my delegation supports the following recommendations, namely that states need to ensure that comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation, which includes the recognition and prohibition of multiple and intersection forms of discrimination, is in place. Secondly, supports efforts to ensure that reparatory justice approaches as a key element of an intersectional approach are grounded in the lived experiences of those who faced systematic racism and intersectional discrimination. Madam Vice President, as the ad hoc committee on the ISET remains seized with its work, we must seriously consider the inclusion of intersectionality as our response measure to the question of intersectional forms of racism and racial discrimination. I thank you.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you, Ambassador.
because the camera is right in front of my eyes, so I couldn't see you, but thank you, Ambassador. La delegación de Nigeria.
I recognize the delegation of Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Nigeria aligns with the statement delivered on behalf of the African Group and OIC and reiterates its unequivocal condemnation of all forms of racism, racial discrimination, and xenophobia. My delegation is gravely concerned about the growing trend of populism and right-wing extremism evidenced by the spread of racist and xenophobic narratives in many parts of the world. This troubling development calls for renewed global commitment to ensure peaceful, just, and inclusive societies in order to achieve sustainable international peace and security. Madam Vice President, in the interest of peaceful coexistence and global stability, we must continue to counter and discourage racist and xenophobic political narratives and all forms of hate speech and incitement to hatred and violence. These actions present a serious threat to social harmony and our collective well-being. If unchecked, such ideologies will continue to undermine efforts to combat racism, racial discrimination, and related intolerance. In this context, it is essential for states to ensure that the right to freedom of opinion and expression is not misused to justify hate speech or incitement to violence, given their harmful impact on peace, development, and human rights. To conclude, Nigeria joins the call for member states to demonstrate strong commitment and sustained political will in fulfilling international obligations to address the rise in hate speech, hate crimes, and violence against ethnic and racial groups globally. I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate of the State of Palestine.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We would also like to thank the Special Rapporteur for her unwavering voice of truth on this critical matter. The situation in Gaza is not merely a humanitarian crisis. It's the clearest test yet of a global system supposedly built to prevent atrocity crimes. After more than 20 months of deliberate mass killing, the use of starvation as a weapon of war, and the erasure of future generations, one truth is undeniable: Israel is committing genocide. But this is not happening in isolation. Across Palestine, Israel is imposing a system of apartheid, fragmenting, segregating, and nominating Palestinians based on race and ethnicity. This is not accidental. It is part and parcel of a settler colonial project designed to permanently subjugate an entire people. And let us be clear, this has been made possible by the complicity of several member states that continue to shield Israel from accountability while daring to preach human rights to others. Their double standards have not only entrenched impunity, but corroded the very credibility of international law. When legal frameworks are distorted to conflate anti-Semitism with legitimate Palestinian solidarity, it turns justice on its head, harming both Palestinians and Jewish communities alike. If we are to restore any semblance of justice, the international community must stop evading its responsibility and confront the colonial legacies and racial hierarchies that continue to define who is protected and who is expendable. This system has failed, but it's not too late to act if we choose courage over complicity. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you, Vice President. We thank the Special Rapporteur for the presentation of her report. This is an appropriate opportunity to once again condemn the hateful, unfair criminalization of Venezuelan migration by the United States government, which reminds us of the darkest pages of the history of humanity, from slavery to the horrors of Nazi concentration camps. 109 days have passed since the forced transfer of 252 Venezuelan migrants from United States to a prison in El Salvador. They were cruelly, inhumanly, degradingly treated without due process, without the right to a legitimate defense, and we've received no official information by the authorities of these countries. 18 Venezuelan children were forcibly, arbitrarily separated from their parents in the United States, and now 18 mothers are crying for their children aged between 1 and 9. We roundly reject the criminalization of migration and will always request the immediate, unconditional freedom for the 252 Venezuelan migrants which are being held in El Salvador, and we'd like the return to our country of the 18 children that have been illegally separated from their parents and held in the United States.
Mexico.
Thank you. I recognize the delegation of Mexico. Thank you very much, Vice President. Mexico wishes to thank the Special Rapporteur for her report on the intersectionality with a perspective of racial justice. Given the current context, it seems to us important that the report remind the Council of the meaning of the concept of intersectionality. In our country, the Constitution and laws such as the federal law to prevent and eliminate discrimination lay down the protected categories against discrimination. We also have a National Council to Prevent Discrimination, which is a body tasked with combating discrimination, including intersectional discrimination. As far as data gathering is concerned, we have a national survey on discrimination, which includes data on intersectional discrimination, because persons that are interviewed can indicate all of the reasons on the grounds of which they're discriminated. We recognize that Mexico still faces challenges, and in order to tackle these areas of weakness, it's important not to make invisible those who historically have been forgotten. We're a multicultural country. We have 7 indigenous peoples and Afro-Mexicans as well. It's a priority for the state to ensure that public policies have a intercultural perspective, recognizing and respecting diversity. Thank you. I recognize Jordan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice President. We reiterate that respect of religious sanctities and symbols is a universal humanitarian value and underpins the respect for the culture for respecting the other and coexistence. The report reflects new patterns of racism and hate speech. We are united in the face of these patterns that are spread in our communities and in the digital space. We should not only condemn these conducts, but also take steps in order to prevent them, hold to account the perpetrators, and prevent them through awareness raising. We reject and condemn all attacks and incitement of hatred and violence. We reiterate the need to commit to relevant United Nations resolutions, in particular General Assembly resolutions and the HRC resolutions. There is a common responsibility to promote the values of respect for the other as well as peaceful coexistence. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the delegation of Tunisia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My delegation takes note of the report of the Special Rapporteur, and we insist upon the fact that Tunisia is committed to combating all forms of racism, xenophobia, and related intolerance pursuant to our Constitution, which enshrines the rights and freedoms of our citizens. And this has then been included in our adherence to different international conventions. On a human rights-based approach, we have the values of tolerance, which calls us to fight against racism and to protect all of those within our territory based on a system which respects the rule of law. Tunisia was the first country to eliminate slavery in 1946, and Tunisia firmly condemns Islamophobia and racial attacks against Muslims in many countries. Tunisia also condemns most vigorously the barbaric aggression and genocide launched by the occupying power against the Palestinian people in Gaza and in all of the OPT. The colonialist system, the settlement policies, which are racist policies, conducted by Israel and incitation to hatred and violence are all acts that we condemn. We reject the fact that some states are endeavoring to use anti-Semitism. President interrupts.
I now give the floor to the following speaker. Djibouti, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Vice-Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Djibouti aligns itself with statements made by the groups that we belong to and thanks the Special Rapporteur for the presentation of her report. My delegation commends your report, which tackles the issue of intersectionality, looking at it from a racial justice point of view, and thank you for the analysis of the legal framework internationally and the obligation that lies upon states to prevent and combat multiple forms of discrimination. And my delegation also would also commend your second report and your recommendations against the glorification of Nazism, neo-Nazism, and other practices which contribute to fuel contemporary forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. My delegation considers that combating racism in all of its forms is a collective commitment which requires us to constantly question and revise policies and practices which exist to combat discriminatory systems, to guarantee genuine equality for all with no distinction. Djibouti calls for the respect of international commitments and urges there to be increased individual and collective efforts to adopt urgent measures, specific measures to effectively combat racism and racial discrimination globally. Special Rapporteur, what specific tangible actions would you recommend for states to guarantee more inclusivity for women in particular in decision-making processes to combat racism? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the delegation of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Vice President. My delegation has taken note of the report of the Special Rapporteur and the content and focus on the concept of intersectionality from the lens of racial justice and also the impact of multidimensional discrimination. The Kingdom has made efforts in order to eliminate racial discrimination, including the establishment of the Global Center for Combating Extremist Ideology, RTDAL, and it's a center aimed at promoting coexistence, and it is the first center that promotes ideological moderateness. It aims at combating extremist ideology and entrenching moderate Islamic principles, as well as combating extremism at the level of information ideology and digitally. We strongly condemn the racial practices against the Palestinian people that amount to religious and racial discrimination. We reiterate that discrimination against the Palestinian people epitomizes worst forms of intersectional discrimination that comprises racism and denial of religious and humanitarian rights. We hope of the Special Rapporteur to give more attention to the issue of intimidation against those who call for ending the crimes of the Israeli occupation under the pretext of being hostile against a racial group in order to be an excuse for not stopping killing and intimidation against the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to UNFPA. You have the floor.
President, this statement is delivered on behalf of UNFPA, UNICEF, and UN Women. We welcome the report and commend the Special Rapporteur's intersectional approach to dismantling racism and multiple forms of discrimination. While significant progress has been achieved through normative frameworks and institutional reforms, systemic barriers remain deeply entrenched and pervasive. It is of utmost importance to address these barriers as women and children continue to be disproportionately affected. They face restrictions on their rights and opportunities across all spheres of life, including access to education, health, and meaningful participation in decision-making processes. Of particular concern are the constraints on access to quality health services that women and girls need, which perpetuate inequalities and diminish their well-being and autonomy. UNFPA's State of the World Population Report last year found that women and girls belonging to ethnic, racial, or indigenous minority groups are significantly more likely to die from preventable maternal mortality causes due to lack of access to timely health care, as well as multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination fueled inter alia by racism. We therefore stand ready to support states in upholding their obligation to prevent, address, and remedy systemic racism and intersectional discrimination, advising racial justice and gender equality. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the delegation of Ukraine. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Madam President, Ukraine stands resolute in its strongest condemnation of all forms of Nazism, neo-Nazism, and any practices that fuel contemporary manifestations of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. Despite global progress in combating these evils, today we face a grim reality. Russia's war against Ukraine mirrors Nazi atrocities, mass killing of civilians, filtration camps, torture, rape, forced deportations, attacks on hospitals, schools, civilians, and their homes. This is Rushism, a modern reincarnation of Nazism, blending totalitarianism, imperial revanchism, and genocidal violence. The decree signed by the Russian president in March 25, aimed at regulating the status of Ukrainians in temporarily occupied territories, further exposes Russia's true intentions to erase Ukrainian identity and commit acts resembling genocide. Recently, the occupying regime banned the study of the Ukrainian language in schools, a brutal attempt to enforce Russification, silence cultural expression, and crush the spirit of nation. These actions are not isolated, they are part of a systematic campaign of cultural erasure and terror. The fight against discrimination, xenophobia, and hatred must be stronger than ever. Russia's crimes are not just an attack on Ukraine, they are an assault on the values of humanity, justice, and dignity. Madam Special Rapporteur, what can be done to address state-driven patterns of racial and national discrimination, including in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine? Thank you.
Gracias, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now recognize the delegation of Armenia.
Madam Vice President, we thank the Special Rapporteur for the report. Armenia is fully committed to fight racism and all its manifestations in all areas. Under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, Armenia submits periodic reports to the CERT Committee detailing efforts to combat racism and promote equality. Armenia's national action plans and legislative reforms are often supported by the recommendations made by our partners, which demonstrate our commitment to a continuous improvement in fighting racism and protection of human rights. We recognize the particular importance of education in eliminating racism, xenophobia, and discrimination. And toward that end, the government of Armenia continues to make targeted interventions to support minorities in acquiring high educational levels available to all citizens of Armenia, migrant workers, and refugees alike. Armenia has been implementing measures to foster linguistic diversity, ensuring the availability of education in minority languages. Madam Rapporteur, we take note of your report on neo-Nazism and the fact that the group of NGOs from a member state notorious for its crackdowns on civil society resorted to instrumentalize the opportunity the mandate for the resolution on neo-Nazism provides. As we articulate in our letter addressed to you, the fake allegations are nothing but a well-orchestrated hybrid campaign against—
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the delegation of Switzerland.
Merci, Madame. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Switzerland thanks the Special Rapporteur for the presentation of her reports and for her work. We share your analysis according to which contemporary racism can be seen not only through individual actions based on hatred, but also through structural and institutional mechanisms. In Switzerland, racism can be seen at the same time as being interpersonal, institutional, and structural. It particularly affects those persons seen as foreign and is often at the intersection of several discriminatory factors such as nationality, skin color, religion, socioeconomic status, and gender. This multiple discrimination has lasting effects on the opportunities the person has for social participation and enjoyment of their human rights and fundamental freedoms. Combating racism should be rooted in a commitment at all levels of government. This is the case in Switzerland, where we have complementary responsibilities of the Confederation, the cantons, and the communes. And the adoption in 2024 by the Parliament of a national strategy and an action plan against racism and anti-Semitism is a major step. And it is currently being drafted, and the process aims to coordinate in a much better fashion efforts at all levels of the state to bolster synergy between institutions and to guarantee effective, coherent, and accessible protection throughout the whole of our territory. Madam Special Rapporteur, how can we strengthen international standards to cover intersectional discrimination? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the delegation of Portugal.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Special Rapporteur, we thank you for your report, which provides a thorough analysis of intersectional discrimination, underscoring the importance of transformative approaches. We firmly believe that recognizing intersectional forms of discrimination is essential for the effectiveness of public policies that promote equality. The report clearly illustrates how race, gender, ethnic origin, disability, or socioeconomic status intersect, deepening inequalities and structural exclusion. Portugal acknowledges that racism remains a persistent and structural reality. In recent years, Portugal has taken significant steps to tackle it. We adopted our first national plan to combat racism and discrimination, established the Observatory for Racism and Xenophobia, reformed the Commission for Equality and Against Racial Discrimination to make it an independent body, and launched the first ever national survey collecting data disaggregated by race and ethnicity. The National Plan to Combat Racism and Discrimination was developed through an inclusive process with civil society and includes benchmarks, targets, and indicators. Portugal strongly believes that effective anti-racism strategies must be grounded in robust data, continuous evaluation, and meaningful community engagement, all of which are vital to achieving more just, inclusive, and equitable societies where everyone has an equal opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the delegation of Belgium. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We welcome the report of the Special Rapporteur and commend her valuable work on intersectionality and the fight against racism. Belgium strongly supports the intersectional approach in tackling all forms of discrimination, including racism, both nationally and internationally. We are encouraged to see that an increasing number of treaty bodies and special procedures are integrating this concept into their work. In this regard, we regret the resistance that sometimes arises to including strong language on intersectionality in resolutions of this Council. We believe all states and UN mechanisms should fully embrace this approach to effectively combat all forms of discrimination. Moreover, it is essential that anti-discrimination frameworks be developed in close consultations with affected individuals and groups. Inclusive and representative decision-making bodies are key to achieving meaningful and lasting progress. Madam Special Rapporteur, could you share examples of good practices where disaggregated data have supported the implementation of an intersectional approach in combating racism and other forms of discrimination? I thank you.
Muchas gracias, embajador.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I give the floor to the delegation of Cuba.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Cuba has a position of principle condemning all forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related forms of intolerance. This is evident in our laws, our projects, and our national commitments. In 1959, we had the Cuban Revolution, and we started to tackle all forms of discrimination. This is a priority for the Cuban state still. We still have a lot to do, just like every other state, and yet the Cuban government wants to progress in an effective manner to eliminating discrimination, and we have a public policy to back this up. We have the right of equality enshrined in the Constitution. We recognize human dignity as a supreme value. The adoption and implementation of the National Program Against Racism and Racial Discrimination in 2019 predated a national commission as a body to monitor its implementation. And this is an important milestone in combating the phenomenon. Civil society is increasingly involved in this policy, and this is a strength. For the Cuban state, it will continue to be a priority to bring about social justice and to do away with all remnants of racism and racial discrimination and other evils in our society. Thank you. Thank you. The next delegation is Oman.
Madam Vice President, we express our grave concern at the worrying escalation in racism and xenophobia. This is shown in the increasing hate speech and extremist ideologies. In this context, we must refer to what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. We have seen unprecedented levels of violence against civilians. It is not just a temporary escalation. What we see is a grave deterioration of the system of humanitarian values before a worrying international silence. Oman reaffirms the importance of dealing with any attempts that try to justify such practices. We call on the international community to shoulder its legal and moral responsibilities. Accountability must be guaranteed for all violations without exception. We reaffirm our support for international efforts in order to build a better and safer future. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The next delegation to speak is Uruguay.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Uruguay wishes to thank the Special Rapporteur for the presentation of her reports. Our country restates that it firmly condemns all forms of racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, xenophobia, and related forms of intolerance. All of these don't just deny human dignity, they also erode democracy, they threaten social cohesion, and they undermine the basic principles of international law. We also emphasize the importance of adopting an intersectional approach as a tool that can bring about change and tackle the multiple layers of discrimination that historically marginalized groups face. We share the importance of guaranteeing effective access to justice. We must strengthen legal frameworks and public policies to prevent, put right, and dismantle the structures that bring about this inequality. We recognize the need to strengthen regulations to prevent hate speech and undermining the freedom of expression. We must redouble efforts in peace education, memory, and human rights. We believe it's important to be constantly committed to defending human rights, to strengthening session of the Human Rights Council. Thank you.
you.